to a degree, shaking, falling onto my knees. Another without your kisses, underneath stitches, tripping over myself, thinking, begging you to come down. Another without your kisses, underneath stitches.
Chez Colruyt, nous avons de quoi vous inspirer pour toute la saison. Besoin de recettes et de conseils pour votre brunch, buffet froid ou menu de Pâques? Faites le plein d'idées dans notre guide de printemps gratuit. Obtenez votre exemplaire en magasin ou surfez sur colruyt.be/printemps. Colruyt, meilleur prix.
Think I had it alright. How I lived was how I should. I never took the time to lay my heart on the line.
Hello, everyone. Those who are still outside or having their coffees, I don't know if they hear me, but
I'm sorry, you're running.
can you hear me fine? It doesn't look like. No, I'm joking. Okay, I think, yes, please, if you can get people in. Wait for 2 more minutes, but we'd like to start. We are running slightly late. Okay, I will just do a brief introduction to the day. Hope you had a good sleep after the dinner and you are refreshed because we will need your energy today. We have many parallel workshops where we need your involvement. So first of all, just a practical thing. You might have seen that in the back of your badge there is a small agenda. So it was yesterday's agenda, but if you take that piece of paper out and turn it around, it will be today's agenda. And I quite like it. It's quite practical when you are not sure when we are finishing or starting a new session, then it can be quite good. So you might want to just replace the small paper and turn it around to see today's agenda. So today we are focusing again on the policy side as well as the community side. But it will be a lot of interaction among you through the workshops. So the workshops will be in the focus of today. But we will start with an introductory session to bring some examples, some very concrete examples for you on how Smart Villages support framework is shaping up at the different levels and in the different policy contexts. And then we will move into the workshops, the 6 workshops. As I will introduce the workshops later, so I'm not going into that, but you can already have a look at the list. There will be 2 rounds of workshops, and both rounds will be in the same groups. And we are lucky to have Frank Bogovic here from the European Parliament who started this whole initiative. So we will, after this first introductory section, we will hear a few words from him as well. It's really great that he could join us in this busy period. And we will conclude the whole event with a panel session, which will be a reflection on the workshops and the workshop outcomes with some key people, again, from different levels, but also hopefully with your involvement and the involvement of those who are online. And we will just do some closing remark together with the DG Agri colleague. So that's the program for the day, and for the facilitation of the next session, I straight pass it on to Ed, and then he will call me back again to stage, I guess, or something.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see everyone again. I hope everyone enjoyed the dinner last night, that was able to join us here. I thought it was very nice. I hope you did too. And also the ad hoc musical, what to call that? Spectacular that we got to enjoy. So that was really unexpected and delightful. So thank you for that. So as Adina has presented, we are starting to look at some of the implementation framework for smart villages, looking at how this can be put in practice. And we have until 10 o'clock now to look at some really inspiring examples of different approaches of how smart villages can be implemented. We're going to break it into kind of 3 chunks. Each time we're going to have a bit of an overview, then we're going to dive into a very specific example, and then we'll have an opportunity for questions from the floor and also from Slido. I don't know if we have the Slido number again. Do you remember the Slido number, Adina? Okay. There you go. That's the Slido number again, 3890277. So people can ask questions via Slido. The first category that we're going to be looking at are CAP-dedicated smart village interventions. Then we're going to be looking at leader interventions separately. And then we were looking beyond the CAP. This was an issue that came up yesterday. Are we only talking about CAP? No, we're not. And so we will have an example from Czechia about implementation, bringing in funding beyond the CAP. So with that said, I think we'll kick off the first one already. So we'll start with the analysis that the project did overall on dedicated smart village interventions, and Adina, as the project coordinator, will present that to us, and then we'll hear from an example of a CAP dedicated smart village intervention from Finland. So, Adina, thank you.
Okay, I will be Yes. We'll be brief here. We just want to, again, summarize what we found through the Smart Rural 2027 project. And I have a single slide on the dedicated interventions. So as you know, we did a very comprehensive in-depth analysis of the CAP strategic plans in all the countries with the support of our national experts. And this process has been completed. Of course, the plans are changing, but this analysis has been done based on the 2022, so the end of year, the first approved version of the CAP strategic plan. So it might be an evolving framework. If you don't see exactly matching, that might be because of that. And there will be a report which takes a bit of time because we really want to validate the data. The experts did a great work, but we want to finally do a validation process with currently with the managing authority. So you might have received as a managing authority an email from us. So essentially dedicated interventions, what we found, are in the CAP strategic plan in 7 countries. And this is quite unique. This is the first time when we see interventions which are not just leader, but other types of interventions. The main suggestion was to support smart villages through cooperation type interventions, but it's also supported in investment type of interventions in some of the countries, so meaning mostly infrastructural investments. So it's a very nice combination. And of course, these countries are still experimenting. So in Austria, beside leader, which is the key measure, there are other 3, which is about reactivation of vacant buildings and cooperation one and an investment one, and also there is EIP Agri. From Austria, there is Michael here. If you, Michael, where are you in the crowd? Maybe he's not here yet. Oh, here he is. Because if you want to ask questions, I think we don't have the managing authority representative, but you can always search for Michael in the coffee break. In Finland, Marianne will present in a minute, so I don't need to introduce that. In Hungary, we also have a cooperation intervention, and it's also supported by leader. Miklós is there. You saw him on stage if you want to ask questions. From Italy, it depends on the regions. There is a cooperation intervention defined at the national level, and there is Emilia and Filippo somewhere in the room who can, I think, tell more information. They are waving in the back. In Poland, there is an infrastructure investment intervention which complements leader, and I think Pavel can tell you about, and Andrzej as well, if you wave again so that people can see you. And, in Spain, it's mostly activated in Galicia, and I think we are really happy to have the colleagues from Galicia, and we will hear about their approach in the workshops. So this is the framework. The critical thing, again, what we'd like to discuss with you in the workshops as well, like how you actually implement those measures and how you finally translate the smart villages components into practical actions. And of course, it sometimes comes to the question, are we supporting projects or we focus on smart village strategies as well, which is a requirement. Normally, there are more than 600 strategies are expected through these 7 countries' interventions, 9 interventions. Whether it's only digital or not, we will hear about that from Marianne. And also, like, who are the key beneficiaries? Of course, these are cooperation projects, so not only municipalities are direct beneficiaries, but it could be sometimes LAG, sometimes NGOs, other types of organizations. So I stop here because I could go for ages, but then I think the others cannot talk. Yeah.
I don't know. Thank you, Dina. Very interesting. I'm conscious that people might already have questions for Dina, but I think it will be useful first to dive into the specific example, get a bit more detail on that, and then we can take questions for both Edina or Mariana afterwards. So with that said, I'll invite to the floor Mariana Selkeinau from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Finland to talk to us about this specific example of the CAP dedicated smart village intervention from Finland. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Smart villages has been a long time my favorite theme, and I would like to talk about it a very long time if I had time. But now I will concentrate on our CAP plan and how we are implementing these smart villages in Finland. In Finland, our CAP plan is pretty rural. I think it's the most rural in the whole EU because we have always had rural measures in our rural development program and now in our CAP plan. And that's why it was quite natural to have own measure for smart villages because we saw it really effective tool to develop these remote areas and rural areas where the services have disappeared. So we have this own measure under cooperation intervention, and of course LEADER is also big implementer in this theme. There are these smart villages projects or strategies. In Finland we are just a little bit, we haven't decided what to call them, but we are mainly talking about projects. And if there will be investments, they may be big investments or smaller investments, but they are implemented via different intervention and they are applied also from different way, but they are linked in our e-system that is called Hyrrä in Finland. So there may be quite many actions that are linked to smart villages, but we don't know that yet. And of course our CAP network, that is rural network in Finland because we are really rural country and our CAP is also rural. So they will tell you later on about what we have been doing with smart villages, and we are doing a lot. And I'm really happy about that as well. The text of our measure in CAP plan, it's pretty large, but I hope that it's really giving free spirit to the developers because we didn't want to make it narrow or we didn't want to say straight that what is smart and what you should do because it depends on the region and the area, municipal or village, what is needed there and what is smart there. But we are, of course, mentioning digitalization, new technology, artificial intelligence solutions as tools for development. And we have linked this project to the EU's long-term vision for rural areas because we see this targeting straight to those targets. Besides digitalization, we have taken all the sustainable targets to be implemented, so social innovations, environmental innovations, and economic innovations, and they may be using digitalization as a helper in these innovations. We have been planning this like these EIP innovation projects that have been in rural funding earlier. So we have taken some parts of there, so we hope that there will be these innovation groups in these smart villages as well. In Finland, we are funding smart villages straight from CAP plan, from the measure via ELY centers that are regional authorities and via leader groups. And they work pretty closely together and they have made these co-work plans that how they implement this theme as well. And the target for our result indicator R40 is 60 projects, and this is there's only this regional projects here. Leader groups have their own targets, and they will belong beside these 60 projects. So I think there will be much more than 100 projects in Finland if we are going to succeed with this. And we have this own selection criteria for these projects. And there's emphasis on partnership and new solutions. And we are thinking it should be make some amendments with these selection criteria, but we are not planning it yet. And leader groups has their own selection criteria as it's supposed to be. And what is situation in Finland now? The decision making has started February, so there isn't any decisions made yet. There's only one decision made for preparatory funding, and I'm really happy about that because it's really great and brave project plan, and that is something that we have been trying to encourage developers to do, that they should have braveness and they should have brave new partners, and they should do something that they wouldn't do elsewhere. But I think the situation is really good because there's 50 applications for the project for smart villages at this point. I'm not sure if they are all going to be funded because there is not so much braveness there as we have been wishing, but I think quite many of those will be funded. And 60% of those applications have come from 2 leader groups and 40% to the regional ELY centers. There is a huge regional administration change going on in Finland, and municipalities have really big problems at this point. So I'm really happy that small municipalities have found this tool because they are finding themselves again and they are trying to find the role and the duties again. So I'm happy that they have found this tool in our CAP plan. And what have been these themes of these applications? There are quite many for young people and for their future. There are also technological solutions and piloting solutions for services in remote areas. And because we have this 1,300 kilometers borderline with the Russia, so the preparedness and safety activities are really important in eastern part of Finland, and I am happy that there was already this kind of applications all along. So this is where we in Finland at this point, but I will be happy to answer questions later. Thank you.
Mariana, if you wait there, I think maybe because we'll take it would be good already to get some reflections and some exchanges now on this topic while you're still on stage. Okay. So if you could wait there, I mean, people might have questions either for Adina on the overall analysis, or it's an opportunity to understand in more detail any specific questions that you might have for Mariana, or indeed to share what's going on in your country if you want to add a little bit more detail on what's happening in your context. Would anyone like to say anything or ask anything at this moment? Yes, do we have the microphones? Where's microphone's on its way to you. Yes, it's coming from the back. Nita down here, yeah, please say.
Or I missed it, or you didn't mention what is the total budget for smart villages in Finland?
Oh yeah, I didn't mention that. It's 10 million euros for these ELY centers, and the leader funding is plus that.
Anita, yeah.
Andrzej, I have the question to Mariana, to you. Could you tell a little bit more about selection criteria?
I could if I remember those. but I think they will be on those fact sheets pretty clearly. So you will see them there, and they are translated already.
Anyone else? Yes, down here.
At the very end, you mentioned the long border to Russia, and that in the eastern Finland you have noticed a lot of applications around safety. And so what kind of things are the little villages wanting to do in this situation?
The safety issue is really actual and important in Finland now, and it's linked to everything. It's linked to connectivity and water systems and basic infrastructure and everything. So there should be made quite many changes because we have been quite, I don't know what's the word, that we have been quite trustful and blue-eyed in Finland. So everything have been open and it shouldn't be anymore.
Okay, thank you. Michael at the back. Yeah.
Yeah, Marianne, could you tell a bit more about this preparatory support with the lump sum? What do you expect from that? Is it this strategy process already, or is it the formation of the village? What do you expect from that task?
Preparatory funding is for collecting partners and testing the idea. So the fixed lump sum is always the 5,000 euros, and as a result you can have this I don't remember now what's in English, but this kind of deal how you are going to implement the project. Or if you don't succeed with your idea, you have to write a report why you didn't succeed. This idea is too brave for us, or we didn't found our partners, or the time is not right for us. So you can also fail with this preparatory, because if you try, so it's enough in this.
Okay, thank you very much. We still have a couple more minutes if people have any final questions for Marianne. Yes, the one in the middle.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's really nice to see how you remobilize the EIP concept into this. But my question is a bit similar to the previous. So for the strategy development, is that supported in some way or not, and through what? That's my first question. The second is, you say many applications come from small municipalities. How do you accompany them, or are small municipalities in Finland big enough to have sufficient staff for these applications? But that's a common problem we see throughout Europe, is that rural municipalities are so small that they don't have capacity to apply. You know, they have one part-time agent, something like that. So how do you deal with this capacity issue in terms of time available?
I think that the preparatory funding is not going for municipalities because they have the capacity to do the preparation by themselves, but it's for the smaller villages and associations that don't have the shoulders, or how would you say it? Now I forgot the first one, but was it for digitalization? No. Strategies. So these strategies are for these certain needs. It's not for the municipal, or it's not for the village. It's for the certain need, and how we are going to make this happen in our village or in our municipalities. There are so many strategies and plans and other papers in Finland, because every municipality has their own strategies and plans, and almost every village has their strategies and plans. So that was why we didn't want to take the strategy in our center in these smart villages, because we don't want more papers. We want actions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any final last chance for any questions for Mariana? If not, thank you very much indeed for sharing. Really interesting to hear a concrete example of how the CAP interventions are being used to support smart villages. Thank you. So the next chunk of the conversation we're going to have is about leader-specific interventions. And again, the project did an overall analysis of leader interventions towards smart villages. So I'll invite my colleague Katrina Idu from E40 to present the analysis that the project made of that. And then after that, again, we'll have another specific example of leader intervention.
Yes, thank you. So I will present and will try to be brief to leave more space for the concrete examples and the initial, not the initial, the final findings. Used to say initial, but final findings about how smart villages are supported through LEADER within the CAP strategic plans. So yes, here you see the map that shows the 18 member states that have chosen to support smart villages through LEADER, and we have identified 4 categories of support, I would say support levels or different categories simply. And the first one is those are the countries where there are already a dedicated intervention. We already heard Edina mention it, for example, Austria, and we will hear about the case of Italy a bit later after my presentation. And there the leader is in the synergy with the dedicated intervention. As for example, in Austria, it was mentioned that the leader is the main intervention and the dedicated interventions comes to complement the cooperation and investment interventions comes to complement the leader in implementing smart villages. Then we had as a category below, which is countries where there are specific provisions on how smart villages will be supported through leader. But R40 indicator, which is the indicator that counts the smart village strategies, is not yet programmed because, as we know, that the CAP strategic plans can have amendments, and after also the selection of local action groups and approval of local development strategies, there can be already more concrete information on smart village strategies and whether the local action groups have chosen R40 indicator in their strategies, and then probably we will see also in the amended CAP strategic plans the R40 indicators program there, which are not yet there. And that's for example, the case of Latvia, where it is concrete. Smart villages are concretely mentioned under leader, and there is also increased support intensity for smart village initiatives. But still R40 not yet programmed. And then the third category is countries where there is a limited provision of how smart villages will be implemented through leader. Mostly there is a mention of smart villages, but no more specific explanation whether there will be a support intensity increase, whether there is a criteria already in place. No direct indications on how exactly it will happen. Still, R40 indicator is programmed, so it means that the support to smart villages will be through leader. It is expected to be achieved through leader, but the local action groups have a free space to decide on how exactly they would like to support smart village strategies. And then the last category is where there is a limited provision and R40 not yet programmed. And for example, it is the case of Bulgaria, where it is mentioned directly under the leader intervention that the operations in local development strategies should support local initiatives and other things, and then including also smart village, smart settlements. And R40 not yet programmed, but it is possible that it will be precised and R40 programmed later on. So it is the state of art of this moment, but it can be evolving with the local development strategy approvals and amendments of CAP strategic plans. I will quickly go forward because I could also speak more and more. So the diversity, there's a big diversity of support under leader, starting from supporting emergence of smart villages, like, it's mostly about capacity building, and then going to supporting concrete actions within smart village strategies. So the capacity building is mainly about activating communities. There are umbrella type projects led by LAGs identified, preparation activities, actions, and animation for villages that prepares villages to the concept of smart villages. Under leader, there is also mentioned in link with the transnational and cooperation projects that builds capacity of LAGs themselves and also to the villages within the LAGs. We have identified that local action groups can also support the villages in the smart village strategy elaboration. I would say it's like a level up already when villages are prepared, and then they can go to the strategic thinking and really start to think about their strategies. And there also we can see that we talk about the targeted support for smart projects, smart village initiatives, smart actions, and not always it is linked with strategy. So there can be, it can be that leaders support those smart initiatives, smart actions, without really making note of also building up smart village strategies. So it can be also that case, but we have also identified cases where there is support of smart initiatives under smart strategies. And yes, so this target support can be seen in the CAP strategic plans where the project selection criteria is defined or support intensity increase is also defined, these kind of indications. Just quickly, because probably Edina will say about that, also under leader, but what I wanted to stress here is that also under leader, we see that there's different understanding of smart village strategies. We talk about initiatives, concepts, and different, so we are giving different names, but I was also conducting the local development strategies in Latvia, analysis of local development strategies in Latvia. And I saw as well that in between local action groups, there is a different understanding of whether we are counting projects or initiatives. So I think that the differences are going even deeper at the local level. And that's what I wanted to mention as well. But now I will leave floor to concrete example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katrina, for that great overview. Just quickly before I introduce the next example that we're going to hear from, I'm aware that a question came in on Slido just after I last looked for Mariana, so I'll come back to that question in a bit, but let's keep focus on LEADER for the moment following Katrina's presentation. So now, yeah, from the LAG perspective, we want to hear about how this LEADER support to smart villages works. So I'd like to invite Carlo Salot. Carlo, if you can come up. Carlo is from the Escaton and Valli Valdesi LAG in Italy. And we're going to hear from Carlo for the next 10 minutes or so about how LEADER is being used to support smart villages in his LAG. Thank you, Carlo.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us here in Brussels. I will try to briefly explain what our local action group is starting to do to support smart villages in our LAG area. But first of all, let me introduce a little bit the specific intervention that the Italian strategic plan for the CAP included for smart villages, which is called SRG07. It's a code, but we people working with CAP, we are used to codes. And SRG07, what it can do? It's a specific dedicated intervention that allows local action groups specifically, but also regional authorities in the CAP to support the development of smart village strategies related to four types of cooperation: food system, rural tourism, social and economic inclusion, environmental sustainability. This may seem limited, but these four spaces of cooperation are already the core of many smart village potential interventions. So SRG07 in Italy, very briefly, from an analysis performed by the National Rural Network on 98 sample LDSs, almost half of them included SRG07. So half of the analyzed local action groups development strategies in Italy will work on smart villages. These are partial data because there are around 200 local action groups in Italy. Going to deeper in Piemonte, which is the region where I'm from and where our LAG is settled, 11 LAGs out of 14 will work on smart villages. So it's a substantial number, and although only 7% of the LAG's dedicated budget for call for proposals is allocated on SRG07. Apart from SRG07 dedicated intervention, which will become a leader call for proposals, in Piemonte, we have 3 other possibilities to support smart villages, which are very in line to what Katrina was explaining a few minutes ago. So, a specific supporting action that was included in the regional complementary plan for CAP that will allow LAGs to support preparatory actions, capacity buildings, and so on. Then we have leader cooperation, the standard leader cooperation, that will allow LAGs to organize and cooperate with other local action groups all over Europe on smart villages. And last but not least, the conventional leader animation activity. So all that facilitation, capacity building, and support to specific local projects. So these 3 actions will work in synergy with SRG 07 in the Piedmontese example and in Arolgal, and as I'm about to try to explain. So who we are? We are local action groups Escarton and Valli Valdesi, one of 4 out of 14 local action groups in Piemonte. We work on 67 municipalities, and we are located on the in the northwestern part of Italy. We cover around 140,000 inhabitants, and our territory is about 2,000 square kilometers. So it's a wide area, many municipalities, and a lot of inhabitants. We are up there in Italy. So, what's our strategy? As a LAG, we have been working on community-based initiatives and bottom-up initiatives, as leader should do, since, let's say, a couple of years ago. And our goal is to try to work on enabling factors that can support local development at the local area. Meaning is, we don't want to impose our vision on the local actors that are part of our LAG, on the local stakeholder, but we are trying to collect information on the territory in order to contribute to the presence of an active local community, which is welcoming for both residents and tourists. Our mission is to help local communities to stay where they are, to stay local, and to be attractive for potential new inhabitants. It's pretty straightforward, but we want to work on that, investing on enabling factors that can support local communities to stay where they are. Again, that's the overall goal of our local development strategy from 2023 to 2027. We also worked on several preparatory actions that led us here, that led us to believe that smart villages can be a really game-changer intervention or approach to support local development in rural areas. I'll briefly go through them. I will stay in my minutes. Galeotte saranno le valli. It's a project co-funded by the local Chamber of Commerce that it's basically a contact point for potential new inhabitants and new enterprises, wannabe enterprises, that are willing to establish, to settle or to establish a new business in our LAG area. So we support them in finding a house, finding a place where they can access to the services they need, and so on. Secondly, we worked in 2021 and 2022 on community-based entrepreneurship. So we established a capacity building process to support community-based enterprises and social innovation in rural areas through a dedicated capacity building action. And we funded, via an operation of the past local development strategy, 7 community-based enterprises that had business ideas with a strong social and environmental positive impact on their specific communities. Then generative spaces, and yesterday we heard about an example of generative space from France, are basically multi-purpose and multi-service spaces that have as a primary goal social aggregation, which is something missing in our territory. So we, with the support of the National Rural Network, we collected information and via interviews, questionnaires, and focus groups on our territory, on the possibility to create multi-purpose generative spaces in our area. Then, Forum Leader Giovanni, all of this deals with young people that are missing in our place, in our area, and that are really the core of future Smart Village, initiative. I will skip the last one since I'm running a bit late. So, starting from all that you saw, all the results that we achieved, we encountered the Smart Village concept thanks to the National Rural Network that invited us to the Smart Rural Lab event, where they tried to provide information, techniques, approaches towards the creation of smart villages. And at the time, we believed, as I think many of you believed, that smart villages only meant digitalization. Digitalization no matter what. And in fact, it wasn't like that. So we decided to use the smart village concept in order to keep on doing what we already started, supporting local initiative, bottom-up initiative, community-based actions, in order to foster the ability of local communities to self-organize and to collect resources towards a common goal that is set in the specific community. So what we will do in a nutshell, 3 phases action is being planned by our LAG in strong cooperation with the regional authority and with the National Rural Network, basically encompassing 3 phases that Katrina explained better than I will do before. Capacity building, phase 0, collecting expressions of interest and organizing a dedicated capacity building action to support idea generation. Secondly, a dedicated call for proposal for smart village strategies, in which we will fund consultancies, personnel costs, operative action, and so on and so forth, for the definition of smart villages strategies. So in our idea, the output of this part will be the strategy itself and the legal formalization of the new smart village, whether if it will be an association, an enterprise, or a consortium, or another legal framework. Lastly, we will finance specific interventions that are deemed fundamental for the smart village to be active, to be implemented. So after the drafting of the strategy, we will invest on specific physical, material, or immaterial interventions. Okay, here I kind of delve deeper in each phase, but I will go quick since we will send you this presentation. In phase 0, what I want to say is that we are being supported by a multidisciplinary working group that will help us in building the best capacity building program possible. And we will organize the capacity building and the output requested following the guidelines from Smart Rural 21 roadmap. So Smart Rural 21 already provided a roadmap that can be followed by local actors or local action groups to draft a smart village strategy. And we will follow the potential beneficiaries steps by step. Here are some of the topics that will be included in the capacity building process. I just want to mention fundraising and sustainability, because LAGs cannot fund a smart village from the beginning to the end. It's too expensive and we don't have enough resources. And also, impact evaluation and ESG criteria. So environment, social, and governance criteria, which are the core of which should be the core of any initiative in the coming years. Phase 1. Phase 1, we will fund the drafting of call for proposals, funding, as I said, consultancies and personnel costs. These are the main characteristics of the intervention included in the CAP that we also included in our local development strategy. In Italy, local action groups can include interventions that are in the national plan in their own strategies. List of eligible costs, which I will skip. Phase 2. In phase 2, we will take the strategies that have been developed during phase 1, thanks to the funding that the LAG will provide, and hopefully in a common direction according to what has been developed during the capacity building process. And we will fund specific intervention via global grants, activating specific interventions from the CAP strategic plan, even though these interventions were not included in the LAG strategy. Lastly, okay, this is what I just said. So, to recap it, we will first of all start a capacity building process after collecting expressions of interest from our territory, from municipalities, from local NGOs, from local enterprises, or even from single persons living in the territory. We will perform a capacity building action with tutoring and a group of experts to support them in idea generation and in the definition of the strategy. That will be then presented on a specific call for proposal in phase 1 that will fund research, operatives costs, consultancies, and so on, to reach the executive phase of a potential smart village strategy. And in the end, this smart village strategy, after the formalization of the smart village, will be partially funded, limiting the funding to those specific interventions that are fundamental for the smart village to be operative. Of course, the budget of a smart village will be far bigger, but we will try to support the new smart villages in finding funding from other sources. We will work in strict collaboration with the National Rural Network, Smart Rural 27, the Commission, and the Chamber of Commerce that is strongly cooperating with us. That's it. I'm here for any question that might be.
Thank you for the. If you wait there a moment. Thank you for the lots of detail in that in the presentation. A really good understanding of how LEADER is being used to support smart villages. But people still might have questions, and we do have a few minutes. If anybody wants to ask any more detail of Carlo to understand, or perhaps share a different example of how LEADER is being used in your country. While you think about any questions you might have, there was a comment or a question posted on Slido, not specifically for Carlo, don't worry, but the question is, or maybe it's more of an observation, are there any ideas why some of the bigger EU countries don't seem to have put in place any dedicated intervention or support on the LEADER for smart villages, which, I mean, given that Italy does have a dedicated intervention, Galicia, I think, in Spain, does as well. It's not entirely true. I don't know whether it's a rhetorical question or whether anyone has any observation to make on that, either from the project team or outside, as to why that might be. If not, it's perhaps just an observation more than a question. I don't know if that's a question that can be answered. Yeah, take me.
I don't think myself I can answer that. Firstly, in Spain, I think it was a possibility, so regions could pick it up. I think Inez, colleagues, correct me if it's not true. So some big countries, and also Italy, it depends on the regions. As you could see on the map, like regions can activate that, but it exists in some bigger countries. In some of the other countries, we've got the feeling that sometimes there are very similar programs, and they didn't consider this being a priority, it seems. So we heard about the third places approach in France, for instance, and in Germany, I know there are digital programs at the regional level, so mostly focusing on smart regions, which I will present in a second. So I think it's still not the same as smart villages, but there are some similar initiatives to smart villages, and maybe that could be one of the reasons why it's not picked up there.
Okay, thank you, Adina. So before we thank Carlo again, are there any questions for Carlo? Yes, there's a question down here, Maria.
Thank you very much for the very good presentation and the very interesting approach. I think it's very interesting, these three phases. And you mentioned that you are particularly interested to encourage the young people and to support young people. So I just wanted to hear what is the implication of the young people in the project, if you succeeded or if you need to do further efforts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, I cannot answer on the effect of our actions since it is still to be implemented. What we try to do in the preparatory action of our new local development strategy was to start being more welcoming and open to young people, because usually what happens is that local action groups are a very institutional body, far from the roots. And young people don't see in local action groups and in the institutions themselves a welcoming actor. So we try to be welcoming, and the approach that we will try to have is not to impose yet again another project for young people that young people should follow, but to again create a generative environment in which young people can express themselves. This might sound a political claim, but it's not. The Smart Village approach and the third place approach that we try to have goes in this direction. For example, I mentioned Forum Leader Giovani, but I didn't go deeper into that. Forum Leader is a spontaneous association of Italian local action groups, and within this association there is a group of actors that works to support the access of young people to work in the field of local development, in the sector of local development. So we hosted a group of 10 people in Torre Pellice, which is one of the municipalities of our LAG, and with them we developed, or better, we supported them in developing a strategy to create a third place in a space, an abandoned place in our village. So this is the approach we want to have, not to impose a solution or a project that should be good for young people because we think so, but to create the condition for them to express what they really want.
Okay, thank you very much, Carlo. There's a question, just one question at the top there on Slido. I don't know whether that's something that you feel able to answer about how do interventions for smart villages in Italy contribute to the national strategy for inner areas?
Okay, I believe I cannot answer that because in our LAG is not an area selected for the national strategy for inner areas. So what I can say is that sometimes policies don't really talk to each other. And smart villages could be a great solution for to be implemented within the national strategy for inner area framework, and this is the approach we have as a LAG to foster access to basic services, which is pretty much the basics of the national strategy for inner area. What I know is that in Piemonte, SRG 07 supports smart villages and supports smart villages through Leader, and then there is a specific SRG 07.3 intervention to support the national strategy for inner areas. But this is all I can say about this.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Carlo. A big round of applause, please, for Carlo as he leaves the stage. Just before we move on to the final chunk, there was the question that was for Mariana earlier. So, Mariana, the question was about the maximum intensity of the grants. So I've put it up at the top there for projects and related. So the percentage that the funding supports of the project.
Thank you. The maximum intensity for support is 100%, but we have taken into the Smart Villages projects also the state aid rules, so the businesses and entrepreneurs can be in those projects and they can be the actors in those projects. So the level of aid could be something between 60 and 100%,
Okay.
depending on what's the target of the project.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much indeed. So now we're moving on to we have 20 minutes left for the final chunk of our discussion. It actually links already with a comment that was posted on Slido, or which has just gone. Anyway, thinking about beyond CAP, what other support is made available to Smart Villages. So again, first of all, I'll hand the floor to Adina to tell us a little bit about what the project found, first of all. Thank you.
Okay, I will be brief here to give more space to Renata, who represents a very precious group for us, another ministry where we don't have that many representatives from other ministries. This is still somehow work in progress, but it just gives a feeling. We were asking national experts to identify other programs that might support smart villages. This was a task, but we didn't do a very comprehensive, in-depth analysis. You can imagine it was already a huge task to do it for the CAP strategic plans, so we didn't go into details into the different operational programs. Nevertheless, we asked experts to identify programs, and they were naming some 88 programs. Some 77% of these programs were also referenced in the CAP, you know, when we describe complementarity and how the different programs complement each other. And some others were identified based on the experts' own knowledge, because we were asking them not necessarily fully systematically, but if they are aware of other programs that are relevant, they should tell us. So it's difficult to define because, of course, other programs are relevant, so there are many possible interventions in there which could support and should support rural areas, but these are kind of indirectly relevant, meaning that maybe there is support for digitalization or infrastructure, but it doesn't mean that it actually supports the smart villages concept. So most of the programs are like this, that they could be mobilized for smart villages, but not necessarily supporting smart villages as such. And a much smaller proportion are programs, mostly national regional ones, which are very similar to smart villages concept, as I mentioned for Germany or France, for instance, but it's not exactly a smart villages support program. So you can see the breakdown of the 88 programs that experts mentioned to us. So most of them are from cohesion policy, which are identified as being relevant, or other EU funds, some national and regional public funds, but this is a bit, as I said, it's just really a vague indication because it was not an in-depth systematic analysis. So these are the kind of programs that could be relevant for smart villages, but not directly supporting smart villages. So those which we said like very similar to smart villages, those are the ones we listed in that report, which will be published later on. So it means that the objectives of those programs are similar to what we try to achieve through smart villages. So for instance, they might support digital and technological projects in a municipal service context. They might support citizens-run projects in smart solutions in communities. They really involve village development, so they are the ones we identified as being closest to the smart villages concept, but generally they include some components of smart villages, but not a direct support. So here is just not a full, but an indicative list of some of those, and you can see, for instance, the smart regions, like regional level programs of Germany are mentioned there. There is a smart cities platform that also, due to partly to the task force work, includes rural areas as well in Cyprus. There is a very similar program, I think, in Wallonia, and people can talk to Xavier about that, about the smart region. So this is just a list of programs that could be similar, but we still encourage member states to actually design programs within the EU-funded streams, cohesion policy that could directly support smart villages. And we will now, I think, Czechia is one of the countries where I think there is not one single program, but the idea is to support it through multiple funds. So Ed can introduce Renata then. Thank you.
Dina, and I think we've started to answer that question that was posed on Slido. So please, yeah, now we'll after that overview, dive into a specific example of how other funds are being used to support smart villages. So I invite Renata Kucherova from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs from Czechia to take the floor. And for the next 10 minutes or so, Renata will hear about how you're supporting smart villages in Czechia. Thank you.
Okay. Very good morning from me as well, and I've been referred to myself so many times here, so I believe that the expectations are very high, and I hope not to let you down. So, I was asked to inspire you how to support smart villages concept, I would say, through European Social Fund, to give you the story from the Czech Republic. And how we do it, we support community-led local development in our operational program employment. So we have projects run by local action groups in this programming period. And the overall objective of the measures is to support people, individuals or communities living in rural areas who are in danger of social exclusion, and to help them with the activities and actions into social inclusion, employment, and to support their family situations. I try to, because I know that the time is always very limited, and I like to talk about it a lot as well, and I'm not stoppable then. So I just chose, let's say, two kind of activities that we support within our projects. And one of them is social work in small municipalities. Where social work is the kind of work that approaches individuals and who are in unfavorable social situations of all kinds. They can be in debts, they can have bad relationships, there can be very serious issues like health conditions. There can be, for example, oh, sorry, I just went blank. Anyway, so there can be any sort of difficult social situations, and the social work is conducted by qualified social workers. And we already had like 20 projects in the last programming period within the community-led local development. And now we have like 57 projects run by local action groups that have the activity of social work in them. And I just wanted to focus on some of the benefits that it brings, because it makes a real change in it has a real impact in the rural areas, and it complements actually the official system of social work that is compulsory by law for bigger municipalities of a special type. The social workers that are employed by local action groups, or that sometimes the local action groups work in partnership with the bigger municipalities or with social services providers, they actually fill up the white spaces because the capacity of the official system of social workers is not enough at all, and it actually reveals as well the white spaces, and So where there is, and it plays a significant role in the rural areas. What is very important is that the support for clients is there in their natural places, so in the places where they live. It's a very important activity by local action groups as well in monitoring and in screening and in early prevention, because very often they are just the first persons to turn to because they are known by the local people and they have their confidence. And it's very important as well while looking at it from the point of cooperation with the stakeholders in the area who are involved in social situations of the inhabitants, such as mayors. It's very important as well for the capacity building of mayors, because they learn new competencies, because as you can imagine, mayors in small municipalities who very often have their full-time jobs, they don't have the expertise and the competencies to deal with social situations of the people, and because there is the local action group for many years, and they have the partnership with them, and there is long-term confidence, and they are doing the networking with all the stakeholders, social services, schools, authorities. So again, it's very often local action group the first place where the mayor turn to deal with these problems. Social workers employed by local action groups are as well very mobile and flexible. I will just give another example and then I will just go to another topic. So for example, if they need to reach for the client somewhere in a remote place, they can just take the car and go there, whereas when there is this official system of social workers, they have to fill up the form and they have to wait to be approved for many days. So after, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, they can go actually out there. So the capacity of LACs for this is very mobile and very high flexible. It was proved, for example, in the times of COVID as well, where the official system was actually blocked because there were very strict restrictions by the social services. But then again, these field social workers, they could be there and they could go into the places. So and we have some new concepts. There is going on really systematic work on the social work in the areas which hadn't been there before at all. Meeting up with the stakeholders and coordination and planning as well. And we have many cases of local action groups who actually have shared field social workers for more small municipalities. And it's a very good potential for the sustainability as well, because when the mayors actually see that it makes the difference and it's very important for them to have these people there, they are willing to put the money to finance it once the project finishes. So another kind of activity I just wanted to mention here, and I don't know if I'm already too long, as usual, but it's community work, where social work looks at the individuals, community work obviously approaches the communities. It's based on the thesis, as we heard here before, that in the previous presentations, that the local people obviously know best what they need, know their resources, and know their assets, and sometimes they just need someone who helps them to come together and to speak together and to take the initiatives to become active and to become participative, and as well it's very important for the empowerment itself of the local people, that they have the word to decide about the things that are happening in the place where they live. So I just chose some of the community work projects that we have, and I think all of them, they already were there in the last programming period, and they are continuing in this programming period. And each of them, they just focus on something. They have some special needs in the area, and they focus on them and then work with them. So I just picked some of them that I found interesting to present, such as local action group Brdy Vltava. They have very strong link to social services, and they play a very important role in planning of social services in the area. And actually the meetings of the stakeholders and of the social services providers happen in the community center itself. Of course, they welcome the clients of the social services in the community center as well, and they have activities for them. What they focus on as well very much is work with families and children in unfavorable situations. And they work closely with schools as well with authorities, and they have great confidence from the side of the families. They let them into the place where they live, actually. So if there is a case, there is a family who don't bother to send the children to school, they just go there in the morning, and they are actually let in by the family, which I would say restrictive officers wouldn't be. So yeah, there are really practical examples what's happening out there and how it works and how valuable it is. So they have other activities such as food bank, community wardrobe, and they welcome Ukrainian refugees who already organize their own activities within the community center. And 2 more minutes is perfect. Another example is local action group Splav, where they have a community center and they have a community garden, and they especially work with 2 target groups, I would say, people with disabilities and carers. In the community garden, they run garden therapies, they do work diagnostics, they do the training for these people, and they look for other work opportunities for them. So this is another example. Then local action group Friedlandsko, they work in socially excluded locality, especially with children and families. Again, children who are early school leavers, they try to motivate them to get back into education and to finish their elementary education. They work with minorities, Roma minority, they work with Ukrainians and with Vietnamese community as well. Okay, I think I will skip the last one. And I'm actually at the end of the presentation, really, and I just picked up one of the definitions of smart villages. And I just wanted to demonstrate on this how much in line with it we are within our community-led local development in operational program employment, because it just perfectly fits together. We support rural people who take the initiative and action to find a practical solution for their local problems, and they use available and as well new tools. They build new partnerships, and they focus on local knowledge. And all this is happening out there, and we are very happy about this, that we can experience these stories. Thank you very much.
Just, we only have a couple of minutes left, and But so are there any questions that anyone would like to ask Renata? Otherwise, I know that we have workshop 4 coming up, which is devoted to supporting smart villages through a wide range of policies. Are you able to join us for workshop 4 for that discussion, Renata? Will you be?
I can. I was assigned to one because I was
Okay.
very late, but I can, I can attend whichever is suitable, yes.
Yeah, I think if you're able to join workshop 4, that would be really good, because then people that maybe don't have time now to ask any questions of Renata can follow up with you in that discussion, looking at support beyond CAP. So maybe just quickly, so thank you. So a round of applause, please, for Renata. And then just quickly to wrap up for the Slido, there was a couple of things I wanted to, I won't take them as questions. I think most of these are kind of comments or observations. So the one I put at the top, yeah, it's worth remembering that innovation is marked by risk. And I'll turn this from a question to an observation. It's important that institutions understand that and are prepared to accept failure in supporting smart village approaches. Not every project or activity can work if you're being genuinely innovative. Another one, there was, again, I'll put it at the top, so the potential of alternative forms of finance, for example, crowdfunding for providing matching funds with European funds to develop projects is an important idea. That's probably for local level stakeholders to think about how they can start to sort of access these kind of new, modern, innovative forms using digital technologies as well in many cases. And then the very last one, just before I hand over to Adina to present our next guest speaker, was why is there no cartoonist at this conference? I really enjoyed his drawings and comments. Well, the good news is that we do have the cartoonist supporting the workshops. So the messages from all of the workshops will be captured in drawings, and then when we come back later this afternoon to review the findings of the workshop, that will be based on those drawings. So we look forward to that later. So that concludes that session. A final round of applause, please, to everyone that presented in that session. And now, Adina, please, for our next guest speaker. Thank you.
Yes, so as I mentioned at the beginning, we are really pleased that Frank Bogovic is here. He's a member of the European Parliament, and he's been the initiator of the 2 preparatory actions in the European Parliament. So I would almost say that if he didn't do that, we wouldn't be sitting here, or we wouldn't have had the 2 smart rural projects. Of course, he's busy because there are many things going on in the European institutions, but he devoted time to us, and we are really pleased to have you here, Frank. So we would like to please ask you to do an intervention.
Good afternoon to everybody, and thanks, Adina, first for inviting me here, and congratulations for all conclusions of this preparatory action. Adina allocated me 15 minutes, so I will try to finish earlier, but allow me to say a few words, and I will start a little bit back, first to present myself, then what we did in these 2 terms. That's my 2nd term, which I finished now in the European Parliament, and what I see as a vision or future, what is necessary to do. First, I live in village. I'm also a small farmer at home. I started to work in mid-80s in advisory services among farmers. Later, I was selected for the mayor in the city with 26,000 people, half in villages, half in cities, also hills. I was at that time also the president of LEADER, so I know that we didn't start in these 2 terms, that many of you works decades on these topics. And later I was also Slovenian Minister for Agriculture and Environment, and before also Member of Parliament, and also we made a simplification of LEADER in Slovenia so that it was easier for 33 groups which are in Slovenia to deliver this money, to deliver these projects to the ground, to the people who work there. Then I arrived here in the European Parliament in 2014, and at the beginning, I decided to be member of Regi and Agri Committee, regional development, agriculture, rural development. These are things I worked also in the past and as today, and I will work also in future, doesn't matter where I will be. And that was the reason why when I listened on the Regi Committee, a lot of things about megatrends, about climate changes, about urbanization, about digitalization, and we spoke a lot about smart cities concepts, which had big initiative, big money was behind those initiatives also many times. I decided that it's necessary to do also something in the rural areas, that we follow that this gap between rural and urban and rural will not be bigger because of this natural trends of centralization, natural trends that in cities things are first, and that was the reason why I visited Commissioner Hogan. We were both at the same time ministers, me in Slovenia, he in Ireland in 2012, and in 2016, when we, 15-16, when we started to speak about this, we recognized that we think in the same direction. And European Commission was those who prepared EU action for smart villages. And when I visited him, Mr. Hogan said to me, go to Tibor Sani, colleague from Hungary, from Socialist group, I am EPP group, and he has the same, Tibor Sani had the same thinking about rural areas, and to make things together that we get majority in the European Parliament, that we also can bring something in this regulation. So that was the beginning, and then, as you said, we started to speak about smart villages. Everybody asked at the beginning, what again? Somebody's again smart, and what to speak about, so that it was necessary in the pilot project, which was suggested by Tibor Sani, first to make a definition. And we saw this definition, and later when European Network for Rural Development did a lot together with Commission on how to bring these cases together, we started really to speak about these topics. We started to speak about preparatory action, and thanks God that it was accepted, that we have such a great results as we can see, that we see systematically on the European level what we are working. As I said, we work in many parts of the Europe. It's not easy to make copy-paste like it is done with smart cities concept, energy concept, parking concept, environment concept. Here must be each sample is different, and we must just learn from each other and create tailor-made cases in each countries. So that was the beginning. Then we made this declaration, which was accepted in European Parliament, and in this declaration we put, and also I tabled amendments in the new financial framework 21-27, and in the regional committee, and also in the European Parliament, my amendment that we should have allocation of 5% in European Regional Development Fund for smart villages concept, for rural concept, in the Parliament was accepted, but unfortunately in trialogue, also Commission and Council, they were against. They said there are too many allocations, it's not easy to measure everything. But for me, it was crucial that there should be a measure that all states, all regions should prepare in their programs things which are related with smart villages. We saw that in some countries are very active. Thanks God, we have Radim Sršan in Committee of Region, we have Radim Sršan in government in Czech Republic, and there are many activities. Unfortunately, in my country, it's not so good. We have the Emilia Stoimenova, who worked a lot on this, but now when she is minister, I don't feel no activities on this, and I try to convince her that just continue that work which was done in the past. We worked together on this concept. So it depends on the will of the government, on composition is left, right. Some are more favorable to rural areas, some are less. Some don't see votes in rural areas, some of them see votes in rural areas. So I think for me, it's a crucial, and that would be also my recommendation, and I will try, if I will be back or otherwise, I will try that people think about this, that we must have allocation because we must have common policies in each countries, in each regions. In that all what I spoke now was done mostly in my first mandate, but then in this mandate 29-24 we started with COVID. That was the first result. And thanks God, many people recognize that there will be no resilient Europe without resilient rural areas, and that rural areas are essential for resilient Europe. And it was easier then to work. Also, I can say very openly, it's no reason to be too much polite or too much political correct, but I can say that the new commissioner didn't understand smart villages concept as well as previous Mr. Phil Hogan. But President of European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, she announced in her speech in 2020, long-term vision of rural areas. Commissioner Šuica, Ferreira, Wojciechowski, few of them were responsible for this, and thanks God we got in June 2021 this long-term vision for rural areas, in which everything what we spoke 5 years before and you many years before were included in this long-term vision for rural areas. How important is that rural areas are populated, how important is that there is whole infrastructure you need, including quality broadband connection and everything else, and how many new challenges are in rural areas, and that we also need very good cooperation in all these fields. It means in the rural pact that from bottom up, top down, both approach, and also how essential is that leader schemes are active, how essential is that mayors understand this, and on another side, how important is that also on European level we recognize that we need, as it was wrote, for stronger, connected, resilient, prosperous EU rural areas. Thanks God, I hope that through these activities and this will be done. I am also together with Edina in this Rural Action Coordination Group. We had some meetings, there are some ideas, and these are ideas for the future. And if I come to this part, I think we all know this year in few months are elections. After elections, first it's important who come in European Parliament. It's fine if people understand this. It's not necessary to explain from the beginning. And also, it's very important what will be the program of European Commission. And I think it's time to influence on European Commission to recognize and include all this in their program, which will be tabled in the second half of this year. And immediately after the constitution of Commission, there will be started the negotiation about financial framework 2028-34. And it will be really crucial. I will repeat this, what I think. I think that there should be allocation of money. And as I spoke with a colleague from the European Commission, for me, it doesn't mean that we will get a lot of money in this. But we will get the clear orientation that we need programs. I'm very realistic because, as I said, I was mayor, I was minister. Now I follow here, and I know that there is not a lot of money in European budget. We must be realistic. There is 1% of GDP is whole European budget. 49% is public expenditure in countries compared to GDP. We need money from local, we need money from regional, we need money from state level, we need money from the European money. And what is important, very important, we must attract business sector that they see their future and challenges, opportunities also in rural areas. And I think this is the way on which we can create these strong, resilient rural areas. And I think that we should go in these topics. And when I speak about smart villages, as I understand, smart villages are all countries except these metropolitan areas. It means we speak about development of all countries. And we speak about resilient Europe because, sorry, I'm villager, I don't believe that Europe is so beautiful, is the best continent because of cities. There are many beautiful cities all around the world, but we have the best rural areas, and we must keep rural areas the best, and that is what also, when we speak about European way of life, in the cities is similar life all around the world. We have much more cultural heritage, and thanks God, and we have attract this, but you must come to rural areas that you feel what Europe is. And I hope that we will be successful in this. There are policies, there are It's very clear in which direction we must go. I think that Commission made a great job to show the way, but no, it's action. Not just to show the way. For this action, first of all, we need people on local level, then we need understanding on the national European level, and I'm sure that we will keep European rural areas the best part of the world. Thanks for your listening.
Many thanks, Frank Bogovic. I think we all appreciate these ideas and the opportunity to be here because of this initiative. I think we can open up the floor if you have any questions to Frank. I think you can ask or you can comment. Any comments, questions while he's still here? Yes, Anke, please. Emma Shaken.
Thank you so much. I'm from Germany. I'm the national expert in this project in Germany, and I'm really happy that that you're supporting the rural areas so much in the European Parliament. And I heard that you're voting for the CLLD, let's say it like that, and for the multi-fund. And for me, it's very good to hear that all the funds should give money for rural development, but if we have all these different rules in the ministry and in all these DGs, then it's so difficult for the people in the rural areas on the ground to understand all these different rules. So I think for the people on the ground, it would be really nice to have one rule for all the funds, you know. And yeah, because it makes life really easier for the actors. Thank you.
Do you want to react to that?
Thanks. Yes, we are experts in complication in Europe. That's we agree with this, and we want to regulate really everything. But what I thought when I spoke that it's necessary to have in different funds, because, as I said, I see development of whole areas, and some things can be done by leader groups. Some things can be created by local communities. I don't know. When I was mayor, we built in my municipality broadband in the hills. It depends on our activities, and we involved a lot of money of our budget, and we reoriented our budget. When we got 6.4 million from the European Regional Development Funds, we added 8 millions. If we speak about smaller projects where we are leader groups the best, I fully agree with this CAP plus Regional Development Fund plus Social Fund for leaders. But I think here also, if we speak about, I don't know, bio-based industry in rural areas, connected with wood, connected with other bio-based materials, if we speak about tourism in rural areas, if we speak about renewable energy, this biomass, other renewables, also social aspect, e-health, care for older people. That's what I mean. That must be broader and must be in different funds. At the end, if we speak about e-health, if we speak about social care for older people, I don't know, it's perhaps better to have this money in social fund than is in leader scheme or something like this. That's what I think that we must have more funds, more finance sources, and also I'm not sure that if it's possible to make in one regulation but for sure for leader put the money together. Many things can be done, but there are also things which need professional. I see more for bigger projects, and we should have this bigger project. We have some projects, this already in regional development and other things. I said that we got 6.4 million for connectivity in previous term, 2007, 2013. But we got, for example, in Slovenia, we had 56 million for all municipality, and my municipality got 6.4, means more than 10%. But if you look, my municipality is around 1.5% of all Slovenian regions. So we need much more funds, and also we developed some concept which was also developed in the future. That's what I think, and I think that we should really have this long-term vision for these areas, and a vision which is connected with smart specialization, that you have high schools in regions, that there are more policies, and a lot of these policies are state national responsibility, not European responsibility.
Thank you. I think there is a question from Andrzej.
Thank you very much. Andrzej Hałasiewicz, Poland. Mr. Bogowicz, thank you very much for your work and a really important contribution to the process of rural development. I took part in this conference in the Parliament when the discussion was discussion about the definition. I was the member of the working group of the European Rural Development Network, and also I contributed to this long-term vision 2040. I'm mentioning everything of this, and also I took part in many conferences, I took part in many discussions, and then today listening to you and listening to Anke's comments related to the current situation, for me it's again a confirmation that we in the European Union, we need a new development policy, local development policy. Simply, second pillar under the common agriculture policy usually is too much focus on agriculture. And also it's an excuse for those who are responsible for regional development. Oh, guys, you have your rural development policy, you can do your job. And they are not ready to share the money with rural areas. So I think that there is a time to think seriously about new shape of the EU policies, and local development policy could be the good answer, because why local and not rural? Because those who are dealing with rurality also understand how difficult is define what is rural, what is not rural. But in fact, we don't need such division. Simply, we have local communities which should receive the support to develop in the best way according to their understanding. Thank you very much. So my question is, what do you think about such idea?
Thanks, very good challenge and good question. Because, as I said, I'm in Agri and Regi, and I feel this debate. In Regi Committee, all rural development funds is for agriculture, and opposite. We don't have enough money. But the reality is that if you look the real value of money which is for CAP is less and less money. It's 30% less than it was before if you count per hectare in this money. Then 1/3 in together, if less in first and more in 35% in second pillar, must be related with environment. So at the end, the money for investments in agriculture are less and less, and there are many obstacles, and farmers, we feel there will know on the streets what they think about these policies. And that was the reason all the time why I always repeated to colleagues in both committees, don't make this conflict between agri and rural, because there is no conflict. We all need these policies, and that was the reason why I said that we should, with 5% of regional development fund, which is bigger than rural development funds, we can get quite a lot of money. And if you look in the structure of rural development funds, there is 1/3 for environment, which is related. This is mostly on farm, and farmers sometimes really support this, and that's good also. Then if you look in investments and other things, there is, I don't know, 15-20% which is related to development of rural areas. 15-20% of rural development funds. And if you compare this 15 with 5% of regional development funds, there is much more money. That was my main thinking, that we must bring more money, which will be at the beginning allocated to rural areas, and there must be programs on national level, and national level, regional level, municipality level must also give additional money together and to work together. So I agree with this. I agree with this. We must have this rural policy, which will be rural, but there are colleagues from Commission. I don't think that the Commission, like many new initiatives, sometimes I hear about old-fashioned regional policy and old cohesion policy and old-fashioned CAP policy. I think that eat food and be in rural areas not old-fashioned. It's not old-fashioned. It's more and more fancy.
Okay, we can take one more question from Kyriakis.
It's not a question.
A comment.
Mr. Bogovic, I am a mayor of a small city of Cyprus that has the biggest administrative territory. 75% of it is occupied by Turkish troops, so we are a rural, small area. I'm also a president of FELAC that mostly deals with rural areas. I want to congratulate you about what you are doing. We wish you to become again an MP in June and continue with these efforts. Congratulations. Rural areas are the biggest part of Europe, and yes, they shall receive bigger funds, and thank you very much for what you are doing, and congratulations.
And maybe, Maria, you wanted to add something, yeah? And then we conclude this.
Yes, thank you very much. And very, very brief, Mr. Bogovic. I really appreciated the speech and the presentation you gave, and I really appreciate also the support that you do for rural and in particular for these smart villages. Just to mention that, of course, we fully agree that there should not be this conflict, agri-regio. We have to work together. And I think this project, Smart Rural 27, is a very good example of European Parliament and Commission working together to support the rural areas. Of course, everybody in this room shares this, but I think when we leave this conference and when we leave this room, we have to continue, and I think the political momentum is changing. And I hope we will have higher chances to increase the support in the next commitment period. Of course, this is completely out of my hands. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So before we move to the introduction of the next session, once more a big applause to Frank Bogovic, and thank you for the initiative and for joining us. Okay, so we are moving into a coffee break in a minute, but if you can please bring up the screen of this computer. Yes, so I just briefly tell you what will happen after the coffee break before you start to enjoy yourself too much. So there are 6 parallel workshops normally, but we made a minor change, which means that number 3 will only take place in round 2. Because the CAP networks would like to join CAP network representatives' other workshops, and then they will gather for round 2 those of them who are here to discuss jointly what can they do to improve the support framework. So in any of you who were selecting workshop 3 as first choice, you were allocated to your second preferred choice. We've got sheets on the doors of workshops. If you forgot, you can also go to my colleague Anita. She can help to tell you which workshop you selected. If there are spaces in the workshop, you can go to another one, just cross your name out, and if you see some empty spaces on the list, which are pasted on the door, there is a limited capacity of certain rooms, so we cannot do much about that, so please only put yourself when there is a space in a workshop, or if you haven't registered, please join a workshop which still has some spaces. So we will go into discussions in 2 rounds. We would like to ask you to please join the workshop for both rounds, the same workshops, because the first round, except for the CAP networks, but the first workshop is building, the second one is building on the first round. We want to discuss the state of play and good examples in the first round and needs of different stakeholder groups, and then in the second round come up with some practical recommendations. And indeed, as Ed was saying, there will be a cartoonist to capture one key idea from each of the workshops. And of course, it's all around the topics we started to discuss today. So the dedicated interventions, how to implement them, leader, the multi-funded approach supported by the Rural CAP will be, Rural Pact will be all covered. And we've got 2 community-focused workshops again, so you can continue the networking with the municipalities and the communities, rural communities who presented themselves in number 5 and number 6. So we kind of try to cover the whole range, and we really count on your active participations in these workshops. I don't know if I forget anything, but if not, I think enjoy your coffee. And sorry, one more thing. In the program, which is normally on your badge as well, you might need to turn the page, which is in the folder. You take it out. You see the room names, okay, of the workshops. So 3 of the rooms, and Donita will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's Merlot, Chirac, and Gamay are up there in the first floor. Just, you can see the windows here. So if you go up, it's there. The biggest group, leader group, will be here in the main room. There will be the CAP network second run in that small room next to, but it's only for the second run salon. And those who are in the Pinot room is across the court. So what you need to do is to go out, have a bit of fresh air, and climb up those stairs. But we will help you, we will guide you there. So maybe after the coffee break, those who join the workshop, which is now, I'm getting, you see, it's a very practical thing, but my eyes cannot read it. So it's the digital technology one, which is up there. So we can meet you in the court, yeah, just after the coffee break, and guide you up there. Emesha can guide you up there. Then thanks a lot. Enjoy coffee and networking.
this on? Hello, everybody. Hello, yes, working, okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this afternoon's final plenary of the Smart Rural 27 final conference. I hope you all enjoyed your workshop discussions, both before and after lunch, and were able to exchange and also, to the extent possible, come up with some quite practical recommendations on each of the themes that were addressed in that workshop. We're now going to have a closing panel reflecting on the future of smart villages, and I'm delighted to say that I'm going to be handing over to Maria Gaffo, who is the Deputy Head of Unit for Social Sustainability at DG Agri, and Maria will be facilitating this panel discussion. So thank you very much, Maria. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and well, we have seen each other during these two days, so now we are really in the crucial moment. We are in the closing panel, trying to have some key conclusions for the way forward, and I would like to refer to one of the questions that was put in the morning through Slido by somebody who is connected online, and basically the question is, what's next? What's next? And I think this is the question that all of us have in mind. I am very, very well accompanied by this very strong panel. So I will introduce them very briefly, because if I explain the whole CV, I think we will not have time. But I will start with Pavel, and forgive me for my pronunciation, Trzecukovic, who is Director of the Warsaw Branch Office of the Agricultural Advisory Center in Brzezino. Apologies with my poor Polish. I will continue with our dear friend Radim Zren, who is a Deputy Minister in the Czech Republic, as he will present his very good example of the implementation of the multi-fund approach for supporting our rural areas. He's also a member of the Committee of the Regions, and he's also a major and proud rural citizen, as he always says in the events. I will continue with Michael Christensen. He is coming from Denmark, and he's the leading member of Samso Energy Academy. He was participating in this workshop 5, and we will reflect on that. Also, our dear friend Tom Jones, a former member of the European Economic and Social Committee, president of ERCA, and Mid Wales livestock farmer with a very, very good experience on rural areas and agricultural challenges. And I will conclude with Ellen Lundqvist, who is a LAC manager of the leader in Gute in Sweden. She has very good experience in the ground. And I also like that she was the chairman of the thematic group for youth. I think during these 2 days we hear the importance of supporting youth, because we don't have youth in rural areas, and all efforts are needed to continue. We have some drawings reflecting the outcome of the conclusions of each of the workshops. So we will see the drawing for each of the workshops, and then I will ask to the panelists some difficult questions to reflect on the way forward. I don't know who is going to present this drawing from the first workshop. It's always good to improvise.
Absolutely, yes. This would be a complete. So the first workshop really looked at the sort of managing authorities. The members were from the managing authorities of the CAP. We had really some good examples. And 2 things that came up very strongly from the workshop was really about the criteria for smart villages and how low or high the bar should be set as far as the criteria for smart villages. And the second big question was how to define smart and what smart is. Yeah, we had a very fruitful discussion and came up with some really interesting recommendations.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I didn't see that it was improvised. It looks very well prepared. Thanks for that. And the, yes? Ah, sorry. I think I will, yes, I will. I will put the computer like this, so we all improvise. So basically, in the drawing, it's about the Smart Villages interventions in the CAP, and I think it's very interesting that it puts how high should the bar be set. And with this difficult question, I start with Radim. What do you think about the drawing? What do you think about the outcome of this first workshop? Is the bar very high, too high? Thanks.
So, good afternoon to everybody. It's nice to be here and to see a lot of known faces from LEADER, from different sessions, even from coming to Prague for one of the events. Congratulations to Edina and her team for finalizing this project. I think it's amazing, and I hope the contributions of the projects will come into the real policy, and not just at DG Agri, but also other DGs. But I will come to that later. It was a pity that I couldn't participate for the whole 2 days, but I was in Summit of Regions and Cities in Mons, here next door. And I must say, immediately when I came here, the atmosphere is much warmer, we would say smarter than in Mons. For me, it's not smart to define smart, because any innovation, anything which is smart is coming out of the box. I hate boxes, even at home, packing the things. I don't like boxes because if we define something and we give too much energy to define something, it's then difficult if there is something more innovative coming, something we cannot expect in this moment, and then it's not smart, or is it smart, yeah? So that's first thing. Second thing, in rural areas, and our ministry had now called from the Recovery Resilience Facility for smart villages and smart cities and smart regions, and we really gave the bar low to show how the concrete projects in small schools can work, etc. The Ministry of Industry, they wanted a super test beds, I don't know anything, for millions of euros. And we wanted really even small projects, how the smart villages can be used. And there is mostly from the rural areas coming the projects. And I'm happy that we will have something to show to other mayors, because we have 6,257 municipalities in the Czech Republic, that this can work and this can help to bring the quality of life to the rural areas. So it's one thing. And second, I was asked for that by Edina. It's a pity that here in this room, if we take to the participants from different DGs and different ministries, I'm happy that my dear colleague from the Czech Republic, from the Ministry of Social Affairs, Renata, is here, because the Ministry of Social Affairs in the Czech Republic is very innovative, I must say, by definition, and also very innovative in implementation schemes. We are also now starting piloting of CLLDU, for example. So they are a very good example. And I think without social innovations, without other things, we cannot make smart villages. And it's not possible to change rural areas and to transform rural areas, to make the people to be less discontent living in the rural areas, to feel them to be on board just with money coming from the agriculture policy. Moreover, if the farmers come with tractors to Brussels and to Prague and to anyway, so their power is, of course, huge. So we really need multi-fund and holistic approach to smart villages. We cannot rely on some 5% or any kind of percent from anything. We need really, if we want to build broadband infrastructure, we need money from different funds, or ERDF, etc., etc. So I think the picture to smart villages, as we do have it in the Czech Republic, and the mother of the strategy, Ruth Bisková, sitting here, was always integrated between smart cities, smart villages, smart regions, and then also holistic. It means that we are looking for different resources and different policies from different ministries. So every ministry had to subscribe for us, because our ministry is the coordinator, what they are doing for smart villages, smart cities, smart regions, and it should be holistic policy. It cannot work just from one area. So this is my message, and I will repeat this message on all the places I will come, because it seems to me that everyone thinks, everyone's speaking about rural development, it's necessary, this is geography of this content. Ursula von der Leyen last week in Bucharest, all the commissioners, even Valeano, for example, a commissioner for transport, she said, first sentence, okay, we used innovations in transportation in cities, now we have to go to rural areas because they are working in the cities. You know, so this is smart villages actually. So it's in declaration, I must say, so I hope the new commission will come, take this, outcomes of this project and say, okay, we will follow them. So please do not close yourself in the box. We need to look outside the box and to stand on many legs. It's more smart than to stand on just one leg.
Thank you very much, Radim. And you missed the presentation, but I assure you that it was really, really good. And it shows also the importance of the European Social Fund for contributing in a holistic manner. So my second difficult question is for Tom Jones. You know very well the Common Agricultural Policy, and when you were working in the Economic and Social Committee also you did a number of position papers. So what do you think are the main implementation challenges for smart villages under the CAP? Thanks.
Right. The smart villages, the loss of villages is a global issue. It's not just European, it's not in one part of any particular country. Villages have suffered for a long, long time, and it takes therefore a long, long process to actually restore and create new dynamics within villages. And we've been very lucky, I think. Frank Bogovic this morning mentioned the intervention of individuals like him. Radim would be another one, i.e. politicians who happen to be in the right place at the right time to actually make a difference and to insist on the rural voice being heard, a platform being given. And the fact that we've got basically two Horizon projects, Smart 21 and 27, has given us opportunity. But we're still only at the beginning, at the end of the beginning of the process. We've heard lots over the last 2 days about activities taking place during the last 12 months. Well, we need to have many more years of activities and building expertise, sharing knowledge amongst organizations. And the two letter M's come to my mind: momentum, which Alexia mentioned this morning, and motivation. We need momentum, so we need rural champions going through the elections coming up, through the new commission, who will insist on the promises made and under the long-term vision. We've all signed up to that vision. We've all got different roles to play in delivering that vision, but we need to make certain that rural proofing of various initiatives does happen so we can see and have support. But at the local level, we need to motivate. We need people within communities. And my definition of smart village is being a community, and the word community is extremely important to me, that is small enough to be fully inclusive of everyone within that community. And that means you need to find the talents of everyone in that community, and to be large enough, and I don't mean large in size of population, but large in ambition to make a real difference. And that's my own vision of a smart community. And I think we have to be careful not to be so engaged with funding opportunities. It's about actually enabling opportunities, which obviously need some funding resources. But within the community, we want sustainable communities, communities who can sustain themselves and can identify and deliver their own priorities.
Thank you very much, Tom. Now we can continue with the second workshop, which was about the support for smart villages through LEADER. So I invite also somebody from this subgroup, and I invite the panelists to stand up and to check out the drawing.
Thank you. So yes, we had the LEADER group on how LEADER can more efficiently support smart villages. So what is the main message we wanted to deliver with this drawing that I discovered as well, is that in order to help smart villages arise, in order to support smart villages, which is a tool which is very open, experimental, which asks of a lot of open-mindedness and innovation, LAGs as well should have a bit of the space for experimentation, of open-mindedness and widening their role as well, not being only the administrators of LEADER leader funds, but also getting wider and being real actors in rural development at the regional level. They are acting so that they can experiment with these new tools as well, and are not being afraid to support communities in a innovative manners as well. So that was the main message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now my next question is for Ellen. Do you think Smart Villages under Leader is an experiment? What do you think about the drawing?
I think that Smart Villages is like the EU. It's united in diversity, you could say. It's very, very, very broad. Me, myself, I come from a lag that is just starting to experiment with this concept. And I do think it's an experiment. It's still being formulated, I think. And something that I think is a challenge when working with this on local level is to make both myself and other people understand it. Like, what is really smart? How is the concept? How do we use this concept? I think that we, in order to be better supportive, maybe we need to start to narrow down this concept a little bit, at least, in some kind of principles, maybe, that is a bit easier for us to follow. I've heard several takes on what is smart. Community is a very important part. This local initiatives, taking care of that, making it inclusive, I hear also is very important. Digitalization, innovation is also important. We hear also youth. Maybe that's also a core concept of this concept, so to say. So I think for me, I think it's still very experimental. I think it's very fun. I think it's something, a journey that we haven't followed through yet. We have something inspiring in the end. But I do think it's time to start to narrow it down a little bit and become a little bit more concrete.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Ellen. I love united in diversity and fun, so I take this. And Pavel, the next question is for you. I know that in the Polish task force you have worked on also on a guidance for leader and smart villages. So what do you think about this message, how it fits into your work?
Well, I think the important thing to remember is that, yes, Smart Village is associated with LEADER more and more often. I'm not sure it should be limited to LEADER. That's one important element. Secondly, we've all happily cut funding to LEADER, and we're throwing more tasks at them, and that again is something we need to look at and consider when we talk about this. LEADER is a place where this sort of experiment can take place, as long as those who supervise LEADER are happy to allow for experimentation. And this is a constant theme with me. We are asking people to be innovative, we're asking them to take risk, and then we don't let them fail. Sorry, it doesn't work. We have to allow them to fail and not punish them for failing if that happens. So that's to me an important element when we involve those sorts of actions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Pavel. Very, very good point, I think. And we continue now with the third workshop. So I invite somebody from the third workshop to introduce the drawing, and I invite the panelists also to stand up and look.
I can go ahead, she says, so okay. Well, the third workshop was very, very short. We had just 1 hour, this round 2. And we were a small group discussing what can be supported through the CAP networks to support smart villages. And the CAP networks at national level and also the EU CAP network. It was very much of the same. Because we need still good examples, sharing good examples in different ways, like, for instance, having all the project databases with a keyword of smart villages, so it's easy to find what kind of projects do we decide have been smart villages projects, and we can get good examples from everywhere. And we need lots of capacity building. It is for the CAP networks, they need capacity building, the leader lags, the managing authorities, other funding sources, they need capacity building, and also communities. So we need activities for capacity building in different ways. And support cooperation, and very important to bring together different stakeholders, including representatives from other funding and supporting programs and so on. So that is what we need.
Thank you very much. You said that's all that we need, but of course it's quite challenging. Now I turn to Michael. What do you think about the outcome of this workshop? And I wanted to ask you about your personal experience. Did you get any support from the networks for Denmark to become the first energy island?
Yes, thank you very much. I will start by congratulating Edina and Ed and the rest of the team for this very nice conference. I have really been enjoying it, and it has been a really big inspiration for me to participate, so thank you for that. We talked about the different drivers in the workshop that we are going to talk about in a few minutes, but as the first movers in Denmark for being self-supplied with renewable energy, we also, of course, started on a voluntarily base, but we could see that if we really want to do something, we had to jump in and be a part of this European network and also apply for projects, having our own energy agency with help from our European office here in Brussels to help us to get the network, the projects, the knowledge, the experts to take the first and best steps in this transition. And also because we are also a small island, small village, small rural area that have a lot of barriers compared to other places. So also to be a lighthouse in this project, I really appreciate this, and also to be a part of this European Inspiration Club once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, and also thanks from our side. I think the lighthouse examples are really a great case outcome of the Smart Rural 27. So I continue with Pavel again. You did it very well, so I'm asking you again. What is the Polish network doing to support the smart villages?
Well, we've had workshops, we've had capacity building for lags. We've tried to keep the idea going and alive, and we will continue to do that. I think there is one key area where we haven't been successful, and that is to draw in other ministries. Smart Village has to be something that involves all sorts of administration, local, regional, national, all sorts of line ministries, all sorts of line DGs, dare I say. And it has to be something that brings them together. That is where we see our role for the next few years, to involve them. And I'm pretty sure that I would certainly wish for the EU CAP network to also go in that direction. Not to limit itself to the key tasks we have to support the implementation of the strategic plan, but the implementation of the strategic plan needs us to involve these other legs. Radin spoke of many legs we should stand on. I'm getting tired of standing on one.
Thank you very much, Pavel. I was looking to my colleague Anna from the CAP network unit, so I think she took good note of that. So now we continue with the workshop number 4, which is about the wider rural development context and smart villages. And then I look for a volunteer from this workshop 4, or maybe Edina.
Yes, we had a long discussion at the beginning, like how communities can access funds and then the main barriers. And of course, we came up with many of the classical things like it's very difficult to understand the language sometimes of the applications. There is not enough people in a local community. It's very much relying on volunteers to, for instance, submit an application or understand the support system. So this was the basis, and the message here was that we really need, which came from participants, that we really need a publicly supported network, so not just paid consultants, for instance, to write an application, but somehow a publicly supported network that can help communities prepare projects, because it's sometimes the most difficult thing to make this first step of moving from an idea to an application and then hopefully accessing investment. So it needs this kind of support.
Thank you very much. And then my next question is for Tom. You are quite experienced. So what would be your suggestion to try to see how to engage the different funds?
Well, we've got this problem coming up. There'll be a new programming period. There'll be lots of jostling for funding and for priorities. And we have to decide as champions of rural, as opposed to champions of the environment in particular, or of agriculture, how do we actually best make the case for that holistic approach and for that joined up funding and policy direction which enables local groups to have an easy access to the support that they need. So we have a dilemma. Do we actually think that, well, in the next programming period we can presume that fighting climate change will be a priority. We can presume that there will be a strong agricultural priority. Food is still important. So what happens to that rural dimension? Andres was making the point yesterday that there has to be some dedicated rural policy and rural package, otherwise it'll become subsumed. I have a lot of faith in the social dimension of the CAP. It's very, very small. It's a Cinderella element of it. But I would hope that if we lobby effectively, and all of us have a role in doing that lobbying, a social dimension of the CAP and of other funds would enable rural areas to benefit from it. But we have to campaign. We have to be clear that you can't have rural dynamism unless everyone within that community is signed up and has a role to play. So there's an awful lot at stake in the next 2 or 3 years if the long-term vision is going to be realized. And we have to, as I say, lobby locally, centrally, and at a European level. And to break down some of these barriers, find and target individual politicians, individual commissioners, and say to them, look, you have to be more flexible with your accounting processes and with your funding processes, and please turn your words into actions.
Thank you very much. I love the Cinderella component of the CAP. So we are the Social Sustainability Unit, so we are the Cinderella unit in DG Agriculture and Rural Development. So my next question is for, of course, for Radim. This wider policy context, you are the chair of the Rural Pact. So what do you think about the outcome of this workshop, and what can we learn from the discussion?
I've already spoken about it a little bit in my first intervention, and I fully agree with the outcomes of the workshop. And maybe just comments mentioned before, I fully agree that we cannot base policies on funding, you know. We should make funding based on policies, you know. So even for smart villages, we need to make the strategy, whatever it is, as even in my local action group, we do strategy what we want, not what is going to be paid. And then we are finding different resources. This is the idea of multi-funding. So it's not that we do just something that we get money for that. And, you know, with the future programming period, now the negotiations have started, at least in the cohesion policy, but also in CAP. And we expect there will be revolution, you know, and nothing is granted. It won't be evolution like in the past. It's not clear that there will be some cohesion policy, but I cannot imagine it's a glue of European integration process, that there will be no cohesion policy. There are gossips that DG Regio will be dismissed, and even things like that, and they are really coming from serious places. So it means that it will be very different. And on the other hand, I feel that it's an opportunity also for concepts like rural agendas and also smart villages to be much more visible in the policies. What's clear is that we have this amazing tool, Rural Pact, Unfortunately, I had today an interview with a Hungarian journalist, and she said, so wonderful instrument, nobody knows about it. And I said, okay, we have amazing team here of DG Agri. We are really working as a group on that, and we have a meeting today in the afternoon, and we'll push it as much as possible so that at least Prime Minister, ministers, and stakeholders know that there is some rule pact. It's not a new discovery, If, in fact, every local action group, if it works well in the local area, it's a rural pact because it's a partnership, It's the same with smart villages. It's not that it should be just granted for local action groups, but the local action groups, at least in the Czech Republic, are from 90% doing those things like smart villages, So why to invent? Because the capacities, personal capacities in rural areas are so small, so we need to find synergies. And this is smart, to find synergies between different policies. Last week I was sitting in Geneva for the Regional Forum of United Nations on Sustainable Development, and it's also not coordinated with the policies we are doing, those localization of SDGs, etc. So we really need much more to cooperate, to put things together. It was mentioned about the European elections. This is another thing in the Rural Pact we would like to use, because I think we should use this momentum. Because in this moment, there are 5 MEPs out of more than 700 who are really actively dealing with rural development. I am not speaking about agriculture, but non-agricultural rural development. And you say, and we see that there is, it depends on the statistics what's rural, but almost 40% of population living in rural areas, being represented just by 5 MEPs, and the same names at all events. We really need to do much more to change the situation, and we need much more political support. And I would say, and I am asking on behalf of Committee of Regions, we need a commissioner for rural development, because, this is agenda which should be really horizontal, not just connected with agriculture and rural development, or and. We have 3 commissioners dealing with that, Ferreira, Šuica, and Wojciechowski, but it's kind of side agenda for each of them, and we really need something which is covering this, like a political leadership. Of course, we will keep the DGs, but the political leadership. And I think if we want to change something, we do need to do that, and I think Rural Pact is a good example that this is not just done by DG Agri, but together with DG Regio, there are 3 commissioners. So I think it's one of the steps to see that that it's not just about one sector, and we need to do our best. And of course, we do have tools already mentioned in the long-term vision for rural areas, which is Rural Pact, Smart Villages, Leader. We have so many tools, but we are not using them, And this is the guilt of member states, because they are too conservative, political will is not high, and so we have nice instruments given by the European level, but they are not used, and I don't understand. We are very much, as our government, is very much satisfied with how multi-fund CLD is done. We are giving more money, how smart villages, those instruments are clear, and there are benefits also for the politicians. It's not that, they are losing the control. So it's about the trust. There must be trust, and we should build the trust to rural areas also from the European level.
Thank you very much, Radim. I was looking at my colleague Alexia dealing with the Rural Pact. I think we all in this room fully agree with you. And we all in this room, I think, hope that there will be really this momentum to further support rural. So I invite, of course, everybody to vote in the European elections in June, and let's hope that we can change the picture from our little corner. So now we need to move to the next workshop, which is about sustainable and resilient rural communities and social innovation. I had the chance to be in the workshop, and Michael was actually intervening very actively. I don't know if somebody... okay, yes. Okay, yeah. No, I think it's better if you, because I will ask him a difficult question after. You can see the...
Okay, so I have been the facilitator of the first workshop, and we had a really good discussion, and we had a really good example, the Samsø example, and one example from Sweden, which was presented from Mette. And what came out of the workshop was that first follow the things which are possible and not those which are impossible. And what we can see here is the message is built on small success towards a bigger local vision. So step by step, and not so you don't see the big mountain. You can go, step by step further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love this sentence, making possible what was impossible. So now the question is for you, Michael. What do you think about the outcome of the workshop? Did you make something impossible possible?
Yes, we were talking about the Cinderella story, so this is also a fairy tale to be a part of this workshop, so I enjoyed it very much. I was actually really inspired by, I could see that we had a common sense on not only barriers but also possibilities by discussing and exchanging ideas and thoughts and inspiration. And also really like this sentence about build on small successes toward a bigger local vision. So that actually have many layers in that statement, so we can talk about that for hours. But I think we made some very good conclusions. It's also very inspiring to be together with other lighthouse and hear their barriers and issues and how they have solved different problems. And I actually also think that we came up with some good new ideas and collaboration and networks within this group. And for me, it was very good facilitated by Anke and Ed, so the dialogue was nice and flowing, and the outcome was extremely good.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Michael. And now my next question is for Ellen. What do you think about this? During the exchange in the workshop, we talk about a number of things, climate change, renewables, etc. How are you dealing with these issues to contribute to the resilience of the communities?
I think that something that I will take with me from today is that this could be a way of really working with communities, of localizing what they see in their area that they want to work with. Because I think if you work from their perspective and they also become the leaders in taking charge of the solutions, they own the solutions and they will take more care of the land. So I think this approach with smart villages and environmental action can be really, really interesting and something that I would like to explore. However, when it comes to energy, I had a very interesting talk to you because you're a small community and you also have had this thing that you finance your own development, which is very inspiring and cool. I think that many of our groups that we work with are very used to public funding. And many of these solutions now, especially if we talk about energy, it's actually something that you can make money from. So you don't get public funding anymore for these kind of solutions. So how do we as leaders and LAGs, how can we step in and sort of guide our old groups how to manage this private funding that they now need to learn how to navigate in? Because for many of them, this is a new way that you need to finance your business and how you work.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much. Actually, in this workshop, yes, there were some references to this, to the figure of the mentor. And indeed, I think this type of persons can really help to really make possible these impossible projects. Now, I think it's time to go to the last workshop, which is about rural communities and services, digital services. So the drawing is there in case you want to look at it. Thanks a lot.
Hi, yep, we had three very inspiring examples of digital and technical solutions across Europe, and we discussed the importance of supporting innovation and trials and pilots in that regard. But in the second half of our discussion, we had a healthy debate about the scaling of solutions. So how can we support the mass implementation, particularly of low-cost digital solutions? The importance as well of building thematic and geographical clusters, which can have scale to bring about solutions. And we also had a debate just around the importance of building the administrative and management capacity of communities in order for them to layer innovation on top of that. So that was a general summary of our chat.
Thank you very much. And of course, everybody would agree about this importance of digital. It's important for all the other workshops that we have discussed. And this is why, for this last panel, of this last workshop, I would ask to all the panelists to say what do they think about the outcome of this workshop, but in a very short, just 1 minute each. So I can start with Tom.
Well, the pandemic has taught us that there are opportunities for using digitalization in helping communities. It's about empowering those members of communities who may not have the skills that they require. So you need to actually make certain you take everybody with you. But it's obvious that the younger generation will mobilize themselves to use digital information. We talked in our workshop on how do you actually use expertise to develop the needs that you have within your community, and obviously being able to have internet access and to be able to use the internet will provide lots and lots of opportunities. We know we live in beautiful places, but we need to actually promote those places for ourselves and for the wider community.
Thank you very much. Pavel?
I think whenever we look at digital issues, we need to also, and this concerns, I think, more the farming aspect of rural life than others, be aware of the need to make sure that the farmers and the rural inhabitants are protected as data users, that the ownership of the data is something that they have, they know how to use, and they control. Because all these wonderful goodies we carry around in our pockets, the smartphones, they know much more about us than we know about them. And that is something we have to keep to remember.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think digitalization is a very interesting topic that we are still working with. You would think Sweden is very digitalized, well, maybe not in all age groups. So for us, it's a question of also how do you make sustainable digital solutions that actually don't, that you can use during a longer amount of years, that are not just a homepage or app that somebody builds and then nobody uses. So I think that when we think about investing in these kind of solutions, digital solutions, we also think about the sustainability and long vision of how we also keep on having them when the project is over. And that I think is where we have not really been successful yet on Gotland.
So digitalization, it's a huge potential. It has huge potential, and it's an amazing tool, but it's not a solution for all the problems of rural areas. And I'm happy that I've read just yesterday that online dating is now disappearing. That people discover that it's better to see your the person face to face. Also for me as a mayor, it's much better to go around the municipality and to the pub to listen to the opinions of people and not to read the Facebook comments, So this is something which is really important to say. On the other hand, I always say that this digital transformation and transformation of rural areas as such is much closer than I would suspect 5 years ago, before COVID and before the war in Ukraine and energy crisis. So every crisis brings opportunity, and we should use this opportunity. And I think it's thanks to technologies, we can bring the quality of services to people, to rural areas much easier. Education, e-health. We are piloting e-health in our region. I would speak about it. I'm enthusiastic about it, but I don't have time. We have social affairs, etc., etc. So there is a lot of things. I would be happy also, it's one of the agendas of my ministry, that people communicate with the state and the municipalities from their living rooms, why to go to offices with papers, etc., like in Estonia, etc. So I think this is a huge help which can bring the quality of life. But it needs also change of mindset. And I am now coming to the work, because in case the employers do not allow home offices more than 1 day a week, it doesn't change any situation. So the Ministry of Social Affairs in the Czech Republic, they allow 3 or 4 days of home office, free. So it's already amazing. And if this is the norm, you know, I live 250 kilometers from Prague, and there are about 5 of my friends who studied universities and work in Prague, but live in the rural areas, and they are just coming for 2 days a week because it's much better to bring the family in the rural areas, etc. So this is the solution, and we, as a state sector, also European Commission, because I've heard that they allow home office just 1 hour by drive from, not flight, but drive from Brussels. So it's not home office, you know, at all, you know. So we need all really to allow the people to change the mindset, also how to work and how to live. And I think this is important, especially from the public sphere, to give the examples and go as the examples, because I think this is needed, because the technologies allow it, you know, so why not to change the mindset of the traditional norms? And I'm very optimistic about the young generation. I am teaching for 16 years at university, and I see how the minds of young people change, and they are much more in favor of work-life balance than we used to be. And if I ask them, they will be happy to live in a nice countryside outside, but they have to have opportunities, and the digital transformation can bring them.
Thank you very much, Vadim.
Yes, in my opinion, digital innovation is really, really important for especially small and rural areas and villages. Also because it makes you able to create a digital infrastructure so you can work from home, or a young family can live in rural areas and work from home. There's also, we have to take into account that the weight of the internet is also colossal in energy terms. So it was actually one of the things that we were talking about in our workshop, that if you are streaming a film, it is like boiling 1 liter of water in your electric boiler. So we are now working on having a low resolution homepage. So the less the sun is shining and the less the wind is blowing, the more pixelized our web page is. And if there's none sun and no wind, then it's only 1 black pixel. So we'll have to get used to that.
Okay, so thank you very much to all of you. And I think I will try to present very briefly some key messages from the discussion, and I think now after we have time for a couple of questions probably. Yes, so of course you have listened to all the good points. I took note of some of them. I like this reference of the smart villages and the fact of being united in diversity. The fact that the networks, of course, are a very important component that can help us to inspire each other. Because finally, I think all of us that have participated in this conference yesterday and today come back home with a lot of ideas and inspiration, and this is the good thing of the networking. We heard also about the importance of multi-funding. We had the example of the Czech Republic. We had also some other presentations, but indeed, this is a very good possibility, but of course there are a number of challenges, and the approach of the Rural Pact was very, very welcome, and there was a reference about this rural momentum that we need to use, and hopefully things will change further to the European elections to keep this really momentum alive. There was also a reference to this Cinderella social component that I really like, and I hope at midnight things will change. and just to conclude, there were a lot of examples in the workshops about impossible things becoming reality. And maybe it was so because nobody told you that it was impossible, so you made it happen. So that was, I think, all, and now I think we can take a couple of questions before and we have the closing remarks. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Andrzej Hałasiewicz. In fact, I have no question. I'm very pleased to have a chance to listen to the panelists and the conclusion of the workshop. I would like to congratulate the organizers of conference, also from the point of view that everything was on time. Really sharp on time, so I'm really impressed. But what I would like to say, for me, what has been done under the project Smart Rural 27 is the real proof that we need Smart Rural Observatory as something permanent. I'm sure that we need a good tool to exchange information, because being smart means that also you learn from others. And such observatory could be a best mechanism to facilitate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I don't know if there are any questions online. If not,
no new questions online. There was a question or a comment that we didn't cover earlier. It was part of the discussion just before the coffee break, but it was in support of the idea of EU policy and programs for local development. So avoiding that, is it rural, is it not rural? Just saying, let's have a program for local development more broadly. So there was a message of support for that online, but nothing else.
Yeah, this question comes, but I was just 5 minutes ago thinking that I mentioned the Commissioner for Rural Development, but maybe it would be better if it is for local development, yeah? Because I don't like dividing rural, urban, because we need to find links, not the borders, and that's something which I know that Roman Haken in European Economic and Social Committee was always speaking about local development, not rural development. So I am very much in favor, and when it comes to the end of the day, it's important to support especially those local approaches, local instruments we do have. So I'm just changing my vision that it could be Commissioner for Local Development.
Okay.
Just one caveat. I agree entirely. There should be a rural-urban partnership, but it has to be on equal terms, because small villages don't have the capacity to actually engage on a regular basis. We've heard several times today from my Irish colleague and others about stakeholders cannot come to all meetings all the time. They have separate responsibilities. So if we are to build proper, holistic, joined-up working, then the larger partner in the engagement needs to be sensitive enough to the smaller partner and to understand we bring different assets to the table. And that means that there should be an equal partnership. So yes, by all means, have local development, but you have to look after the weakest link in that development, otherwise you will not progress.
Okay. So thank you very much. I think we are really on time. I would like to ask you to applaud the panelists. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks again to the panelists, and thank you also to Maria for facilitating that panel discussion. So we're very nearly at the end of our event. We just have 15 minutes now for some closing remarks. Firstly, on behalf of the European Commission, and then on behalf of the project. So I'm delighted, first of all, to invite to the stage Mihail Dumitru, who is the... So as you're coming up, Mihail, I'll present, for those that don't know, Mihail Dumitru is the Deputy Director General at DG Agri. And so thank you very much for joining us today at for this closing session of the Smart Rural 27 conference. If you can, yes, if you up on stage. So for the closing remarks from the Commission, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you today here in this unique location. So I have to follow a smart village event to discover this old historical and cultural treasury of Brussels. And I think it's a very good link between the topics we are discussing today. Unfortunately, I was not able to spend the time with you today, but my colleagues, they were very active and very present today here, and then they inform me about your fruitful discussion and insightful reflections about the implementation of the smart village strategies and development of the smart village approach. I remember years ago when we started to talk about the smart villages approach, we were scratching the surface and trying to understand and to define better this approach. But now I think we are far away from that moment. I think the two projects launched by the European Parliament and implemented by DG Agri, the Smart Rural 21 and Smart Rural 27, have created a solid basis with a wide range of concept, method, and tools. And we hope that now everybody knows what it is about. And I think we also have identified the policy and tools we can mobilize to develop and to implement this approach in our rural communities. Rural communities and stakeholders have been inspired and supported by these projects, which produce a lot of useful material to take up smart village initiatives, to undertake smart projects, and to go a step forward. In parallel, I think a community of practice among engaged rural stakeholders has emerged and is taking actions to translate and implement on the ground the concept of smart villages. I was very proud to discover that in my country, Romania, too, this approach is implemented successfully, and I discovered a smart village, which I didn't know, which I would like to visit myself. Smart village can help rural community to find new ways and smart solutions for a better quality of life by engaging first and foremost the local population. It also implies a lot of efforts to properly address challenges and problems rural community faces, such as the population, youth migration, access to services, digital divide, and of course, the transition, the green and digital transition. Moreover, smart villages are also very relevant for the long-term vision for the EU rural area. We hope that in the implementation of our strategy, many communities, they will consider the smart villages approach and apply it. Where smart villages approaches are successfully implemented, community grows stronger by acting in a more strategic way. They can become more connected by making digital solution working practices. They can become more resilient by finding a smart solution to climate change, and they can grow more prosperous by attracting entrepreneurs. I think this smartness allows the local communities to identify the most appropriate tools and approaches which fits today's local context. Well, the Commission has actively encouraged countries to use the full potential of the CAP to support the preparation and implementation of such strategy at the local level. Of course, we are now in a new generation of the Common Agriculture Policy under the strategic plans, and I think we have tried to activate all the tools and working with the member states to use these tools to implement the smart villages approach. Smart villages are expected to be supported in the coming years, mainly through the LEADER in most of the countries. LEADER local action group can play a crucial role by animating the process of preparation and support the emergence of smart village strategies, in particular in rural areas that need technical support to launch them. Through smart villages, LEADER can also demonstrate its added value by creating trust at community level, involving those who would otherwise be left out, and supporting local community to play their future. It is also crucial that countries are committed and make available funding opportunities for supporting smart villages by European and regional schemes. We will see the first result and outcome during the implementation of smart village strategies under this programming period, and I hope this will come very soon, because I know that in most of the countries that this new generation of lags and strategies are now coming are now selected and being implemented, and should see the results soon. The mapping of the Smart Villages Intervention Plan in the CAP Strategic Plan has now showed that there could be space to do more. So, ladies and gentlemen, We have all listened to your views on how to make the most out of implementation of Smart Villages strategy. I take note that in your view, a multi-funding solution from relevant EU program and national funding scheme is important, and I listened to the last part of the panel here. Capacity building and different governance levels and mutual learning for multiple stakeholders from local to European level is very important. And it will be necessary for improving the implementation of the Smart Villages initiatives. Of course, we can also mobilize other tools. I mentioned here the national CAP networks, which could be very useful in these regards. To conclude, I would like to invite you all, first of all, to participate on online Rural Pact community platform for Smart Villages, to follow the outcome of the 3 Horizon Europe projects, Ruractive, Futural, and Smart Area, which are building on the result of this Smart 27 project to develop community-led social, digital, technological, and business innovations. To use all occasion to communicate to rural citizens the European added value of such initiatives as Smart Villages, which try to strengthen the local democracy and participation. And we'll be confronted very soon with probably the most important democratic year in Europe, in the world, having elections everywhere, and I suppose that rural communities, they will play their democratic role. I would like to thank the organizers. I would like to thank the teams that organize this event. I would like to thank the contractor that work on implementing this project, which brings tangible results now and offer you a set of tools that you can work for the future. I want to thank you very much for being today here present and participating to this very important discussion, and to wish you all success in implementing this set. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mihail and Dumitru. This is, I think, going to be the last time that I'm going to speak, so I'm going to take the opportunity to say a quick goodbye as well. I hope that you've all enjoyed these days as much as I have, and you feel like you've had the opportunity to share your experiences, ask your questions, and take inspiration and learning from other communities, and input your voice into the future of smart villages in Europe. But now I'm going to hand over for the concluding words of the final conference to the project coordinator, Idina Okshko, my colleague from E40.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I will be short this time. I think you saw me enough on stage during the past days and the past years, I would say. So first of all, we really enjoyed this project. I think we did what we could to the best of our knowledge and skills. And as you know, we tried to share it with you here and over the years. So we really hope you enjoyed this exchange, which took place. I'm sure that you see that we really believe in this tool, in this new policy tool, and that was the driving force behind this project. We really believe in smart villages because we think it's a very modern tool that can give a response to many of the contemporary, very urgent challenges that we are facing. At the same time, keeping the essence of rural areas, which is all about the communities. It's all about engaging people locally. So it's a very, very nice combination of modern and traditional values. I think the main message for me from the past days, but also the past years, that it's absolutely important, and I said it a couple of times, that we take actions at our own levels, and we all take responsibility. We don't try to tell that the others are the responsible ones, but we really, really try to take responsibility ourselves. And what I also believe in, and I hope you felt in this project, that doing this is absolutely impossible without caring for the cause or for the people that we are doing it for. And in this sense, mostly the people living in rural communities, in small rural communities across Europe. So you have to care, and to be able to care, you have to listen to the people, and that's absolutely important, I think, because without listening to their problems and really trying to understand in depth, it's absolutely impossible to do this right. So for me, this has been the key message of this work for us. We very much hope this work continues. We really try to do as much as we could, but I think it now depends on you in a way, not anymore on us. It's really a relief. but I think I'm just joking, because of course we are there to continue to support this process, but I think now it's all your responsibilities to continue with this at all levels, and I would like to encourage you that we do this, we continue to work together. And to work together within the context of smart villages networking, as we did it here in the past days. And as a final thing, I would just like to thank some key people. Of course, I would like to thank my own team who worked with me on this project. So especially Anita, Emes, and Katrina. Great thanks for all your support. I would like very much thank Ed, who was supporting me. I just have to call him, and he's always there to support this process, so thanks a lot. Of course, we didn't do this alone. We did this with the national experts and many more experts and our partners whose representatives have been here and supporting us all way long. So the Agricultural University of Athens, Empirica, Ecolis, and colleagues were supporting from there, and all our national experts. So please give them a big applause, because they did it all for us. And of course, we would like to very much thank Commission colleagues for supporting us in this journey, and Maria Cristina especially, who's been our project officer, but also Maria, who I know closely followed the process, and all the other colleagues. And of course, all the team, the technical team and the interpreters, thanks for all your support during this event. Paul, who is always doing the live streaming for us, we are taking him now everywhere since we met him. So thanks, but most of all, I would like to thank all of you, really, because it's been a pleasure working with you. We are really proud of this pilot Smart Villages Observatory. It's been great, all your contributions. So thanks a lot for being with us and supporting us on this journey, and very much hope that this journey will continue. Thank you very much.